How's it going, everyone? Welcome, Elvira Gonzalez here. And today, let's going to now actually take what I have done in other videos, like, for example, the the joy of React, where I in there already set everything that I need to make it work, so we can take notes from there in a multi-language, which is in English and Spanish, right? So that's exactly what we're gonna do in today's video, and then going to now move on to the other topics. But first thing first, let's going to now. Actually, what we're gonna do is something that is fairly quickly. That is clone that repo and rename that to match actually the name, the proper name that we want to. Uh, and uh, let's go into now take what we have done, what I have write in my notes, and translate that into the introductions, and that'll be at least the first milestone. So let's get into this. So I please, will you help me to come out and navigate to that? So here we are. This is the old project that we were working on. What is exactly? That's that's right. Exactly. Here we are. Exactly. There you got it. All right. So essentially, what we're gonna do is to actually is clone this. All right, which is very similar to what we already have in the other repo, right? We're gonna clone this into the CSS for JavaScript. So this is pretty much what we're gonna do. So we're gonna say is copy the files from CSS. All right, but I want you to copy everything. I want you to copy everything, including all of the hidden files, and do that is inside of no, but this case is the opposite, because this is actually is what we have here, the joy, exactly the joy of React notes. That's right, that's right. I'm gonna copy everything there into our into this, which is CSS for JavaScript. I want to copy that inside of this folder, right? And it say, hey, cloud is a directory, not copy. Git is a directory, not copy. So I want you to also including is the do that in a recursive way, right? It say, hey, permission denied. Okay, no problem. But it means that we already have everything inside of this, right? CSS for JavaScript. So if we now inspect this by saying, hey cursor, I want to open up a new tab here. Okay, and please make that available here. Here we are in the CSS. We already had everything that it is, as well as the introduction. Okay, and also more importantly is the, how do I put it? I think none of this has been copied. No, it is in source navigation. There you go. Okay, that's something that you cannot see, but let me redirect you to that. And here we are, right? So if we do this, git log, we're git status, I mean, we're seeing that we have all of these different files copy inside of that. The question is that, does it work? Well, because we already cloned this repo, let me first remove in a recursive force weight the no models. There is no models, which is great. Let me actually install all of this, which as you can see, we are now in an older version, but we could install everything as expected. You got it, as well as the specific libraries that we need to. So far so good, because now what happened? What happened is that after we did this, let me check if this actually work. npm run dev. It seems it's working, which is great. Let me actually check that here. I'm brave here, and indeed it works, and that's mind-blowing, fellas. That's really mind-blowing. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Interesting. Okay. No, that doesn't work. All right, no problem, no problem, no problem, no problem. Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Okay, no problem. What about this? So oh my God, don't tell me that. Okay. What about this? What you to copy is all of those files is here, right? Okay, AI, help me here, because what I want to do is to copy here. Jesus, like, why is so French toast annoying, bro? So French toast annoying, bro. So Claw, please get in here and say, hey, I wanna copy the folders from this, from the joy of React nodes to this folder. What will be the command to do it? Exactly, that's the command, but everything, exactly, so including the hidden files. Exactly. I wanna copy and rewrite from source to destination files. I want to copy and rewrite from source to destination, but I think it's gonna. You want to do that. Okay. What this command does. Synchronize files between directory. Archive mode, preserve permission, timestamp, and symlink, and verbose output show which files are being copied. It copy all the files from source to destination, including hidden files, and overwritten existing files if they are different. More efficient than CP. Okay. Remember, I want to write. I want to override the files at the destination, not at the source. Not at the source. Okay? Okay? Yep, that's exactly what rsync is does. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it. So it's gonna sync all of the files from the target into that particular file. But again, because it is rsync, okay, the archive mode to preserve permission, timestamp, and symlink might be what you want or not. That's a good question. I don't want that because despite that this is here, I want to remove in a recursive for ways the no models, or I want to indicate that do not. Okay. I want to exclude the node models folder in the sync. How to do that? All right. You can pass now exclude node models. All right, let's. Yeah, that's the only one. So all right, so let's going to do is this. So rsync. In fact, let me create now a new console. All right, a new console. Okay, let me create now a new console here and write it down here and say, hey, rsync, all right, sync, remote sync. Let me actually see the help here. What actually is this rsync? Rsync comes with absolute no warranty. Oh, that's interesting. By Andrew Trindle, Wayne Davidson, and others. rsync Samba. Compatibility 64-bit files, stock pair, hard link, symlink, batch files, in place, IPv6, 64 system, and then you got rsync comes with absolutely no warranty. This is a free software and you are welcome to redistribute in under certain conditions. See the GNU General Public License for details. But rsync sync comes with absolute no warranty, and I love it. It say It is up to you if you decide to go with it. All right, let me do this to actually uh, highlight this more and show this. It's a hey, it is up to you to decide this piece of software, and if that works, it is only your responsibilities. So let's actually see how this works. So AirSync is a file transfer program capable of efficient remote update via fast differentiation algorithm, and that's quite interesting. So I wanna. This is exactly what I want. I want to send. I want to sync files, or I want to transfer files remotely. It can be either locally or in a remote server. All right, and update that via a differentiation algorithm. So update that based on this differentiation algorithm. That's interesting. That's interesting. Whether it's you use it locally, as you can see here, is the source, or you can say, hey, I want to synchronize locally with a remote server, or I can do that in both ways. All right. So that's very interesting, and it comes with no guarantee. So because of that, in any way, I was going to do this fairly. Let's gonna make this fairly simple, and then we can go on to do next stuff. So let's get into this. So Claw actually tell us here and say, add the exclude mode. Does actually exist, or you just existing? Exclude doesn't exist. You know, exclude. Let me see if this exclude exists. All right. So if you say earthsync exclude, because sometimes, you know, it exists. Okay, that's interesting. Good. So it's seen that this actually exists. All right, that's great. Okay, it's actually is that great? Good. So you tell me this. So earthsync. I want to archive and make a verbose the output and exclude the file from node models, which is the source, and I want to transfer the folder from, and I want to do that in a recursive way as well. No, because you're gonna do all of that, which is makes sense. So I can say is, hey, I want to take the folders here, or say this one, and I want to now pick the entire file here. All right. To the destination, which is the CSS for JavaScript. That's what I want to do. So then it's doing all of this. And if we now lower up this a little bit, and since we are in the Java React, we want to know if we are ready. We are ready to do that here on CSS. Alright, it seems that I don't see any different files, which is quite interesting to look at it. Exactly, nothing to change. Alright, and if we go to this, there you got it. Oh, there you go. Okay, you did it. It did it. Okay, it did it. It's interesting because I think it also now overwrite uh, the repo, the folder that we have in the repo. So when we need to remove right now is, oh my god. Yeah, because there is also a file that we didn't want to migrate, but we did. But in any case, what we can do is to say, hey, removing in a recursive force way is the change that we have in the Git folder. All right, remove all of those files. We don't have any that repo, and I want to synchronize with that remote. Okay. All right. And I want to only synchronize with that remote, and that's a good question here. All right. I want to synchronize it with that remote, and I want you to follow me along. So that's a good question for Claude. Hey Claude, how can I sync the Git folder from a remote server, right? Because at the end of the day, I want to now pull that. You say is git pull origin. If you already have the local repository, no. If you need to clone the repo, no. If you want to add a remote to the existing, which is exactly what I want, which is this, and fetch origin, and then you pull the origin to main. To sync all branches, you say git fetch all of them. No, I don't want to fetch all of them, but what I want to do is to sync with that, right? So let's get into this. Let me actually sync with, you know what? Let me sync with that. So I want to sync is with that remote URL. All right. I already have that. I already have that. Okay. Which is this. Okay. And then what I can do is this. Hey, I want to synchronize it with this. You say, hey, remote already exists. So that's interesting. So you didn't remove that. It's interesting. Okay. So you didn't remove the origin. So if I say find of git folder, does not exist, but the repo exists. So if I init this, okay, and then if I want to synchronize with the latest change, I can say git fetch origin. I can say git fetch origin. All right, so update that object here. All right, and then actually let's take a look at all of the different file chains that we have here. All right, so we have things like wireframe. Oh my god, my bad, because I am adding is exactly. What is this? Okay, no. What is this remote? Git remote get URL origin. That's a completely different story, bro. That's a completely different story. In fact, I want is to do this. Git. I don't have any Git folder. So what am I doing here? It's just to, because I clone all of these files, and then somehow I'm going to now synchronize with the Git, this annoying tracking system, file system. So I need to I need to talk to him and give me is the latest version of the remote repo. So then, with all of those, I will have now the unmodified files or the modified files that needs to be tracked of and added to the snapshot. You know, is this one. So, because this origin is this, and I want to remove the origin, git remote set URL origin to be now this, not that, to be this. Okay. And then now the folder git that if now that must be here. The git folder is not exist. Okay. So now what I want to fetch is all of these files here and say git fetch origin. All right. And sync with that. So git, if I say git log, now I have is exactly that, right? That commit that I made in June 23. Wow, so long. In June 23. Why does it have in June 23? That's interesting. Okay, I think it's fetching me is the wrong one. Or unless I think it's still fetching me is the wrong one. Because if I look at that commit and say git log, git log, and then I do this, all right, to actually see git cat file to actually inspect what do we have there. Okay, so printing out the pretty version, and if I inspect a little bit further, all right, and then do this, and then he say only a readme. What the French does? Emoji word counter internationalization. Exactly, you are actually getting that, but I don't want you. Okay, it seems that okay. Claw, help me here. Okay, let me actually go with claw here. Yeah, definitely let's go with claw here. All right, claw. Hey claw, I want to sync. I want to set the remote origin to this. To this URL and double and fetch their and fetch their data so I can sync. Okay, so I can sync so I can add the recent change in my so you can add the diff files on top of the main branch. Exactly. So he's going to add that origin. In other words, before doing that. So before doing anything, please describe the roadmap. You know, it's like, yeah, you know what you're gonna do, but I don't, and I need to know. Please check the current Git remote status. Verify what remote are currently configured. Add remote Git origin to this. Fetch data from a remote repository. Pull down the data and verify remote tracking and branch status. So confirm everything is set up correctly for diffing against main. Okay, go on. All right, so we know what it's gonna do. So we know what it's gonna do. Check the current Git status. Please fetch the origin. And verify remote tracking and branch status. Exactly. Your branch origin main has diverged. So you can now diff your files against the remote branch using git diff origin main. So I have main and origin main. So let's get into this. So let's get into this. So git status, I get all of this, but again, most of this are things that I don't want to keep track of. Do you know what I mean? Git init, initialize empty repository, and I want you to do that. Please rerun the previous step. Exactly. Add that. So what it did is just to clear the set up a new repo here. Exactly. I want you to fetch that. All right. Of course, there will be now new branches. You can now compare your files against the remote main branch using git diff no index in the main here. So in other words, if I say git status, I have now all of these files, all right? And if I want to now compare what I have in here, git diff no index, exactly, what I have here, this is this command. So git diff no index. So compare what I don't have indexed because I generate this repo from scratch locally. This is what I'm saying, locally, with what I have in the origin main. Could not access to main. Interesting. So run that again. So run that command. Okay, it say, hey, no, I don't have that. Exactly. Fatal. Ambiguous argument head. Unknown revision or path not in the working tree. Since there are no local commit yet, let me show what files exist on the remote branch. So what you're gonna do is to inspect that. Exactly. And look at what he does is to actually say, hey, git, I want to look at the tree in a recursive way from this remote branch, which is all of this, which in fact we actually are now pointing properly to the origin. All right, that's interesting. git show origin main package.json with the temporal and div package with the temporal. Compare the local package JSON. Oh, look at what it's gonna do. Exactly. The main difference is that your local version has next cloudinator. Difference that's not in the remote version. All other files appear to be identical to the remote branch. Appears to be identical in the remote branch. But the reality is that we already have all of this git status, all right? Git pull, all right? We can say git add all of that, all right? Or you can say git add all of that, and then git stash. You do not have the initial commit yet. Okay, you say git commit with a message. So what it is just clone the node, clone the JavaScript CSS, clone the joy of React. Okay, so clone the joy of React to act as the baseline. Excited. Clone the joy of React for baseline. For baseline, exactly. So when we did this, all right, and then when we pull, so we are now here contain is that. So git log will contain that. When we pull this, we say pull origin the main. You're gonna have some conflict here. Exactly. There you go. All right. All right. Come with me. Stand up, stand up. Stand up for your life. Oh yeah. Stand up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't give up the fight. Stand up, stand up. Stand up for your life. Alright. So what we can do here is first let me install this dependency here. Alright. PNP is already installed. That's quite interesting. So if I do is npm run def to see that the project that we're running actually is, it must say CSS for Javascript dev. In fact, it will say the joy of React. That's right. That's right. That's what it is. All right. So what I want to do here is do this. Okay. So first, because we basically copy this. All right, we basically copy this. What I want to do is to say this. This is when the refinements kicks in. You can say git pull rebase or doing a fast forward. Okay, and here what we can do is this. We are gonna do is it's gonna take this for that. The readme will be now this. Like so. Alright. So this will be for the CSS. In JavaScript, the project will be called is CSS for JavaScript developer, for Java Dev. Exactly. So CSS for Java Dev. Notes. So we change that. We're gonna stay the same with claw. In fact, we can now rerun and say init. And the only thing that is going to change things for the centralization of the content is only on the message. And it's because luckily for me that I now stand on the shoulder of giants, because this internationalization library that Next, which is a wrapper of Next, which in itself is a wrapper of the internationalization spec, which is the ECMA 402, if I recall that right. So ECMA 402 exactly, which is indication of the internationalization API specification, that this is based on a set of library that is well established in the .NET framework and Java to provide now is Unicode support and globalization. This is known as the ICU, and it's not the internal care unit, none of that. Uh, is the internationalization of components for Unicode. I think it is. But the point of this is uh, people that work in those environments, Java and Net, when they need to provide a software to a wide variety of audience and language and cultures, they come up now with a particularly uh, sort of standards, all right, that this ECMA 402 actually sits on top of this, what is used as a base, to say, hey, when it comes to describe the Unicode, or when it comes to talk to multilingual applications, or when you need to develop applications multilingual, which is the reason why we're doing this, you need to provide Unicode. You need to support that, all right? And this Unicode is a standard way of how characters are represented in your computer. So, like ASCII, that only represents is now English, the English alphabet or the Latin alphabet, but it excludes a lot of those. So, for example, like the ñ for Spanish, or that C in French. Okay, so as a way to now promote and to make your application available across the world, across the cultures, whether it is Latin or Slavic or Persian or Arabic or Slavic alphabet or hand-based characters, okay, whether it's Chinese, South Korean, Japan. So despite of this difference, Unicode was created for that. So Unicode is this umbrella term for that, and that's also why it's important to us to understand now stream. The TLDR is that those set of libraries and the people that work on that say we need to provide Unicode support. Also, how to compare words in a particularly language or alphabet, right? Known as collation, as well as how you can going to provide now is time, currency, date across different cultures, right? Among other features. But I mention all of those because they are the most relevant, you know, the more visual, the more visual. So, with that huge introduction, and that's the reason why we have is that particularly folder structure, funny folder structure, which is message. Again, it comes from this library, all right? Now we just only is not reinventing the wheel, just import and embedding into this kind of application, into web applications. Thanks and shout out to the people from the Net framework as well as Java for all their hard work, man. Absolutely. Mm-mm. Okay. So we are now here accepting this. Mhm. And So it's going to enhance that. Hmm, that's interesting. It's like repeat that. So, well, let me actually okay. Um, let me is make some fix here, and one of them is to say it's going to replace, in this case, the Yoga React. This will be CSS for JavaScript Dev personal notes. Okay, and here um, because this will be the structure, I want to keep that structure, but this will be now the fundamentals, and then the rendering. Rendering. How does it name? Let me take a look at my notes here. Yes, as for JavaScript developers. What's the name? What's the name? What's the name? Oh my god, what the French does? For real? I really. Oh, yeah, man. Who the fuck did that? No, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, rendering logic. Jesus. Fundamentals and rendering logic. Model 1, which is this. Just the rendering logic. Okay, there you got it. Exactly, rendering logic. Good, good. So, and is this as the metadata here. Okay, so I want to do a couple things here. Run the init. Okay. Okay, perform your analysis. No, right? Yes, be my guess. So based on code-based analysis and yada yada yada, you got it. Okay, good. So we inspect now a claw here. You say this is CSS for JavaScript developers by Josh Como. Now it does, and it worked as expected. There you go. Cool, cool. Now, after that, all right. After that, I want you to translate into Spanish the value from en.json to the es.json. Okay, so I don't want to do that manual test, so on and so forth. Because this is a small task that I want to do, well, we can do this fairly quickly, bro. Fairly quickly. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. That's right. And yep, that's right. You're right. And no. No to this change. So go on. And that's right. So if this now, if we execute that npm run def, okay, there you got it. So now if we go to the project, follow me here, be my guest. Which is this one. As you can see here, we got is this fundamentals, rendering logic, introductions, and if we switch that to Spanish, we got that as expected. Good, good. So far so good. Now, let's actually do the quite boring part, which is take all of this and now put it into the intro. That's what it is. Putting into the intro. Putting into the intro. Okay, good. Let's get into this. So because the content here will be organized in that particular fashion, we have several sections, all right? And here we didn't actually take some notes on things like that. That to me is quite interesting that I didn't take any of that. Okay. So for example here, on the community, on the introduction, the course, Josh Gomez. Also, I already received prior approval of Joshua. As long as I now work on that, you know, not only to consume, as long as I now put a practice of what I'm doing, you know. This is the course structure, but I just want to note this is a part of the notes. I just want to know what are the things that we're gonna look at this course. This is the support, fundamental of recaps. Yeah, that actually is. Yeah, that's actually quite lame. quite lame. But here we are. Okay, let's get into this. Yeah, for the introduction. The introduction is something that is quite better. It is better to start this course and after the Model Zero, shift to the joy of React, and I will go with this since it will help me to develop the notion of why, what, and how does CSS and React work. Does CSS and React work? So this is exactly what we're gonna do. And let's get into this. I wanna render this content here, okay? Because this is the content I wanna render here. Let's go into the intro component. So here we're gonna say, hey, at layout here, I wanna say we're gonna render this title and then the description. The description here will be somewhat quite the same. I wanna do that in English first, and then I can translate that to Spanish. Y lo hago en esa manera porque de nuevo, de manera nativa pues sé hablar español. So I don't need to actually learn about Spanish. Perhaps some words, some words in some contexts, But the TLDR is that I'm doing this in English or on English because, well, I want to actually practice and understand now when it comes to develop ideas in a very succinct way possible. So here we are. This is the description. And the description we have now is this. So this is a long description, but because this description actually contains something here. All right. Yep. Because this description contains some specific important stuff that I want to render it. Exactly, but in English, it is better to start with this course after the Model Zero. After the Model Zero. In React. After the Model Zero, exactly, but see where CSS, that's right. It's better to start with this course after the Model Zero. Okay. As a way to get a better sense of how React and CSS works, it is recommended to start with this course and after Model Zero, shift to the joy of React. My question here is that how can I now provide this specific tag to text? So Claude, hey, are you there? Okay. Claw. Oh, exactly. We are disconnected from the ID. I think that'll be fine. If I want to connect that to the ID connected, I can say, hey, this one. No? Okay. Exactly. So in this file, how can I, or tell me or describe, so describe what is the In this file, describe what what are the alternative uh, what are the secure secure alternative to add tags and being able to add tags to string and rendering in the introduction, or rendering in the component, right? And rendering in the component. Specifically, exactly. Now we talk from the general. We describe the problem. Okay, we describe is the problem and the solution. There is alternative, and then you say now the use case, specifically the uh, the the value inside the the value inside the section 1 dot the content dot model 1 dot section 1 dot description. Specifically, the value inside of the text content mod to be something like this. And now is where I want to inject is this. So here I can say, well, to make my life much more easy to go with, to get a better sense of how React and CSS works. It is recommended to start with the course after the Model 0 and then shift to the Joy of React. And here I want to add some link here. Okay, I want to do is this and href to the link. And I will go with this since it will help me to develop the notion of why and here you can say, hey, do this in strong here. Exactly. Why? I can copy this, clone this. Why? What? And how? And how does CSS and React works? Or you can say fit together, or dance together. Okay, like this. So what is the recommended approach to doing something like this? Secure alternative for adding HTML tag to string content in React component, specifically for the translation content you are working with. Ideation. I think that and then you're gonna tell me is the source of this. Secure HTML rendering in component problem. In your component, you can say my component use translation, and you can do something like this. Per chunk. Okay. Secure HTML rendering. Mm-hmm. The other is component interpolation. Break the text into part and interpolate React components. Yeah, this is another one that I think of in template with placeholders. Oh, in template with placeholders. Why these are secure? Use a translation with HTML. This bypass the React XX protection and can execute malicious script. Use method 1, rich text in formatting, and it provides clean translation, file, type safe component, built-in internationalization support, and easy maintaining across locale. Oh, I can do that shit? Oh, if you find link, interesting. Okay. Create that. Creates that. Alright. Creates that. But secure HTML rendering. And then once you do that, you say, hey, I want to get the content of that. And in there I want to now is interpolate to say t-rich. Okay. The recommending approach is using next internationalization t-rich method, which allows you to safely interpolate React components into it. Translation string without excess risk. That's quite compelling. That is quite compelling. That is quite compelling. That is quite compelling. That is quite compelling. Mm-hmm. That is quite compelling. That is quite compelling. Mm-hmm. And then you do this the rich text. But to prevent this, oh, because this is JSON. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then you can do now is the so that's lovely. And then it provide you now a contents to do that. Interesting. Hey, I want you to now take that, and anytime that you find any link or strong, this is what you're gonna do. Holy fuck. Are you not hallucinating, bro? in the internationalization. Next internationalization here. The rich methods. Holy fuck. Okay, text rich. Interesting. That's mind blowing. It also support is this rich text. In other words, in Spanish is texto enriquecido. O sea, texto que va a tener es metadata, por así decirlo. O texto que va a describir algo adicional. ¿No? Texto descriptivo. Etiqueta, ese tipo de cosas. Holy fuck. And anytime you find these guidelines, chunk replace with that chunk. Holy fuck. This is something that I didn't know. This is something that I definitely didn't know about it. Holy fuck, nigga. Okay. Okay, so git status. Alright. Okay. So there are a couple stuff here that needs to be done. One of them is added all of them, and then you say status. And then it wants to now yeah, I can let me add those chains here as well, you know. Let me add those chains here. Let me definitely add those chains here. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh my god, that's powerful. That's powerful. That's very, very powerful. So page, you get this. And since this is a component that I want to be rendered here from TouchRigs model 1, anytime you find this, you can use reference into that particular content, which is the joy of the React nodes. Okay. And the chunk as chunk. So when you're going to render that specific piece of data here, which is as a description here, that's what I want you to render here. That's what I want you to render this. Exactly. And then I say npm run def. So, which means is by the time that I run this locally, follow me please along. Exactly. By the time I run this locally, it say, hey, I want to render is that content, but it's not rendered properly. Okay, no problem, no problemo, bro, because it is control model 1, so we don't need to actually say the model 1, just only access to the section 1 description. And as you can see, if we re-render this, content model 1 section 1 description, oh, invalid message, invalid tag. Oh, original message, I got an invalid tag. it says. So how do I need to do this? Oh, because it is link here. Again, it has a particular way of doing it. Okay. Oh, make no sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Okay. It is link here. It is link. That's interesting. If I say something like this, shouldn't you pick that? No. It say no. It's not like that. It is link, bro. And then you get it. It is link. Okay. There you got it. To get a better sense of how React works, it is recommended to start with this course after a Model 0, and then shift to the Joy of React, and then shift to the Joy of React. I will go with this since it will help me to develop the notion of why, what, and how does CSS and React dance together. I think this is a very solid foundation of how you can actually is starting to use this translation with rich text encoding, which is quite powerful, I must admit. Absolutely. Okay. So they quote blocking and interleaving learning, which is a several concepts here that pulling here. Here is more likely the concept that can trip people up in terms if that. Here is something like that. There are several concepts that Josh that exactly. So when it comes to learning, okay, there are several materials that might be worth exploring, and one of them, the learner's experience with this. So blocking and interleaving. Blocking and interleaving is a paper where so blocking and interleaving like this learning describe that to effectively to effective efficient no effective effectiveness describe to describe how shifting and how blocking your attention exactly describe how blocking your attention for a specific time and then switch and then shift back and then shift to another topic, to another relevant topic is a way for your brain to develop the the map is a way for your brain to develop the map is a way for your brain to develop the neuronal path to access information and see how they relate each other. Exactly. This is a word of learning. A word of learning. You can take at this. Exactly. So most learning experience are based on this are based on follow instructions. So follow instructions. Most courses are there. Are based on most learning experience are based on following instructions and replication. Most courses out there. However, there is now evidence that error correction, which is I put now here is Huberman Lab podcast, but also is from the error correction from Google meetings. All right. But I think if I go to this learning,
how to fix Google Meet can't join meeting problem.
Google.
If you're experiencing problems when trying to join Google Meet on your mobile phone, try these easy.
You know, Google I/O. I just want to access that. Yeah, I just want to access that. Jesus. There you go, the grow minds.
And I actually recommend that as a very, very first step. The first few weeks that you embark on this journey, don't push yourself to exhibit any growth mindset characteristics. Just listen to that voice that says,
okay, that looks like my aunt. Oh man, I love it. Okay. So, however, there is now evidence that error correction in a growth mindset. Okay. Then an error correction. Exactly. That error correction and a growth mindset um, are 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 ways to okay. So he, however, however, there is now evidence that error corrections and a growth mindsets are ways to invite to learn from those mistakes and let your brain exactly are ways to invite to learn from those mistakes and understand where they came from. Okay, so what I can do here is to add lower here the particularly um,
And I actually recommend that as a very, very first.
you know, like this. Ah, Jesus. What the? Okay, you got it. So the growth mindset here, like this. All right. This is one. 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 All right. And the other is the error correction. Error correction. Andrew Huberman. You know. Andrew Huberman. Again, the choice. Oh my God! I put the two in the same place. Again, the choice is yours, not mine. Not mine. The choice is yours. And here we are. Right. Good. There you go. Now, are ways to invite. However, there is no evidence that error correction and a growth mindset are ways to invite learning from mistake and understanding where they came from. That's the only thing that I want to invite you from here, right? And blocking versus interleaving, which is another thing that this is a paper. Okay. Blocking versus interleaving, and here you can put the URL here. This is this. So blocking versus interleaving learning describe how blocking your attention for a specific time and then shift into another relevant topic is a way for your brain to develop the neuronal path to access information and see how they relate each other and see how they relate to each other. So this is this, right? This is this. All right. Good. Now, this is a completely, entirely different thing because now we are going to add is per section or per model. We're going to add now is reference, links reference. So, or by bibliography, something like that, you know. add that here. Okay, I think that'll be great. I think that'll be better instead of adding that as it is. Yep. Okay. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Good. Good. So a word of learning. This is now a subtitle here. This is section 1. Okay, and then section 2 here are now here a word of learning. Now here we're going to put is this particular content. Okay, and now the description. The great thing of this is that this description can be now structured in several blocks, right? So we can say it's now a description list. Where here we say, hey, I want to now describe this structure as this paragraph, right? Yeah, what I want to now add this particular content here. A word of learning. I will definitely need to add way much more padding to this. But that will be for a different section. Yep. As a way to make this, yeah, we'll definitely need to add more spacing here. Okay. So here in this description list, we want us to render now these 3 individual items. We can say description. This description will be now an object. Alright, what it's gonna say is description paragraph 1. Alright, and then here this is a content. Most learning experience are doing that. Oh, must be double quote as you. That's right. Please be my guest, be my guest, be my guest. Exactly. But you generate is content that is not relevant for myself because it's this, bro. Exactly, because it's this, bro. Which means this will be something like this. It's gonna convert into a link. The same for this. Into a link. So the same for this. And the same for this. And the same for this. Good. And the other is this, on the last paragraph. Is this. Alright. So, because we want is to now render this section here, and I know that this will break that couple stuff there, and in fact we're not gonna have any of this list and so on and so forth, because it's only this. So we can get rid of all of these things that we're not gonna use, and that is whatever I'm rendering here. So for example, description title, description list, this is part of the content header. Oh, I'm rendering is here as the header. That's interesting. I am rendering here as the header. Okay. And the other will behave somewhat similar to this, but in fact it gonna be, yeah, because it'll be something like this. It'll be is this paragraph as it is. No, but it's this, my friend. Section, but this is section 2, description, paragraph 1. So the first link actually belongs to this. All right. And the second link actually belongs to this. Oh, okay. I get it. Oh, okay, I get it. So at the text here, I will have to say link 1. And at the another text, okay. Here I will have to say link 1 and then link 2. Exactly, so it can detect them properly here. Say link 1, and when he detect the link 2, is that one? Which is this? And there is nothing more. section 2, description paragraph 1. There is no need to actually do that because I split that properly. Exactly, for this one, I got these 2 links. Okay. So now the content is gonna get rendered properly. So most learning experiences are based on the following instructions and replication. Most learning okay, a word. Exactly. So what I want to do is to save myself time and tell the AI, please, Claude, now, please, Claude, render the content from the render the value from content dot model 1 dot section 2 rich text inside the component, inside the introduction page.tsx car section. Car, but this is car content. Okay. Car content. Car content. A component. Let me see how it works. Let me see how it renders. At least to give me the structure, then I can fine tune what I need to. Yeah, period. So it say, let me now is add this section. Okay. So let me see if that actually works as expected. Okay. Run def. If I go to this and then I get this. Alright, good. Introduction to most learning experiences are based on this. However, there are now evidence that the error corrections and the grammar is actually there. Blogging versus living is it. But I also wanted to add this, a word of learning. Alright, as a way to say heading or H2. Subtitle, I can say. Let me add this structure here. Oh, my bad. Exactly. . please add exactly. Okay, so good. So good. Please now render the value of content model section as a subtitle with the as a subtitle like this, exactly like this. Title title key title key Jesus. Okay. Title key as a subtitle in paragraph in paragraph okay, and in paragraph in description as reach and exactly in this in description as rich text inside the introduction page of that component. So good, but there was a missing component, which is the subtitle. Alright, now using that track line here, there you get it. You're using scroll minus M, text too large, font semi-bold, tracking tight. And if you render this, you get is this, a word of learning. Alright, so perhaps the content doesn't look, it's not the most beautiful and appealing, but we're getting to there, right? You can say, hey, please provide a more textbook a more textbook padding in margin from introduction component. So it can look like a book reading. So if I add this and say, okay, remove that, and it's gonna add that content to this by adding is a new tag here, and in the description a little more, and let me see how he interpreted that, my friend. What actually means for him that? It is way much more better, bro. It actually looks a lot better, bro. Oh my god, that's mind blowing. Introduction, a word of learning. That's mind bending stuff, bro. That's mind bending stuff, bro. That's mind bending stuff. Oh my god. That's, and it was just, and the council was to tell and organize this as a more like experience. If I'm going to inspect that into mobile, for example, all right, exactly, for mobile experience it will look like this, and that's beautiful. Holy moly. What was the class that you add? You say, hey, let me get rid of all of this. And in fact, I'm going to keep the flex box. I want to render all of the elements as a column. That's right. The background will be muted. But I want to now add a max width. Exactly. Add a, I don't know if you can see what I'm looking, which is this one. It say, hey, I want to add is a max width plus this. So I say, hey, I want to make the max width of this element that we're talking about now, CSS, of this box, be 4 times the XL, right? I want to also is align to the center, all right? Margin auto, and take all the available space here, all right? That's interesting. And take all the available space, and then down below it say, hey, let me continue to use now the car, but this time the car will now add some margin there. So it adds some margin there. So if you inspect now this element as it is here, if we inspect now this element, what it says is to let me, for you, my friend, kindly, I'm going to create now this huge flex where all of the elements inside of this container or this blocking context or formatting context, all of the elements that are in sits here, they're going to be now is a flex, and I want to behave that as a column. All right, because by default they go to inline section, and then this new element that is here, that is actually is an element that is actually is a flex. I want you to now make the max length of that. All right, the max width of that element here. Center that. Okay, center that. And then now take all the available space available here. That's interesting. It takes all the available space here. So again, the width here, the width is being calculated is for the entire box here. So the width is for the entire box. And the question is that max width, what is this property? What is this property is specifying here? That's a good question. That's a good question. So despite that I'm taking all the available space from this box, all right, in here, so this might be quite irrelevant, exactly. So you don't need to actually indicate that. You just only say, hey, I want to now add this as it is. So this width full is quite relevant for this case, so you don't need to add that. This is when the refinement kicks in, so you don't need to add that, right? You can only say, hey, I want the max length of this box be this, right? So 56 root element, no more, no less, right? So no matter how it grows, it'll be like this. And I think this looks like good, quite decent, by the way, right? Might be quite arbitrary as well. All right. Might be completely arbitrary. This one. Might be completely arbitrary, but it actually works as expected, right? And then he add now some specific margin and padding to indicate this and that, and so on and so forth. But overall, I really love what he did, right? Overall, I love what he did. It's just now telling how this element is going to behave, all right, across different viewports. So this is something that I appreciate. That absolutely, I really appreciate that. right? Yep. So this will look like now more like a books, textbooks. So far so good. And also another nice little feature that I want to add is the same, which is uh, I would like to add that to all of the component here. So now that we add this, okay, now I want the translation of that into Spanish. Good. Now I want the Spanish translations of this. I want the Spanish translations of this. I want the Spanish translation from this from this file, right? And you got it. Exactly. Let me see what you did, because what it's doing is just to supervise it. It's like supervising. This is supervising. I'm just supervise your work, bro. That's all what I'm doing. I just supervising your work. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Una palabra sobre el aprendizaje. So, if we now switch to the Spanish, we got this. And I love that. Sobre aprender. Now, I want to add an icon. I want to add an icon. Oh. Now I want to add an icon in a, this is like external link, an icon of external link. I want to add an icon, an external link. I want to add an external link. I want to add an external link icon right after any link inside the any link. What will be the more easy to maintain approach to implement this? Exactly. Describe it before doing anything. You know? Doing anything. You know, it's like chill, bro. Chill. chill, chill, chill. Oh, give me a second. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'll go to the bathroom, bro. And we are back. Alright, so what's next is that we want is to add this external link to all of them. So I ask Claude so it tells me, hey, let's going to create now a component that is going to render that as it is, right? It actually provide me several approach. Let's go to take a look at this, right? What are the several approach that it gave it to me, right? Follow me. There you got it. Much better. Okay. So I asked him about, hey, add Spanish translation for the content. No, this is done. But I asked, it's like, now I want to add an external link icon right after any link. What will be an easy way, what will be the more easy to maintain approach to implement this? Describe it before doing anything. Here is the most maintainable approach to add external link icons here. You say rank by easy of maintenance. You create now this particular link. All right, you say external link, and what you do is just adding that external link icon, which to me seems like quite overkill. Props, single source of truth for external link styling, easy to update icon and styling globally, consistent behavior across the app, TypeScript support. So far so good. Requires updating all rich text links handler. 2. CSS based solution which after pseudo elements. That'll be also a good one. Zero code change needed, automatic for all external link and lightweight. Count limited icon options, text based, and less control over styling. Now SVG icon without no SVG icon without complex CSS. The other is that you create now this high order component wrapper, okay, which is the external link icon. Pros work with any link components, automatic detection of external link, and flexible. Cons, more complex pattern, requires wrapping existing components, and so on. So in other words, you are telling me here to create now this particular component that'll be reusable across all components. And to me, it's like, that's good, that's great. Okay. So let me add this. Go on and implement this, because you're going to have to write a little bit of this. Requires updating all rich text link handler. So if you go with the no, no, let's just add the external link component. Let's just add the external link icon right after every link inside of the introduction page.tsx. Simple. Make it simple. Make it simple. Make it simple. Read the 160 line. It actually reading all of this token, and all of this token is coming from the. It's safe. Now I will add the external link icon from Lucene here. Do you want to make this edit to the page? Yes. But what is the edit? I'm not able to see the edit. Oh, it's because it's this. Add this external link from Lucene. Okay. Yes. Now I'm updating a link component to include external link icon. But this is interesting. So it's using all of these particular tokens. I don't know why those tokens is, what those tokens means. Alright. It's gonna add that. I'm going to remove this and in fact adds more inline flex item center gap. Okay, inline flex. So I want you to follow the direction, the text flow. Alright, inline flex. Okay. You're telling that inline flex and item centers in gap one. Okay, you are telling to this particular box, which is the A, I want you to follow the flow of content, flow of text, which is the inline. All right, do that, and do that for all of them. It's like anytime you look at anchor, make our life much more easy to by just using that. So if we go back to the app and then we say, hey, that's exactly what we want. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good. So far, so good. God damn. And that was blazing fast. So this kind of iteration is kind of addictive, as you can see here. Absolutely. It's kind of addictive. Okay. So that'll be all. Rendering logic. So that'll be all, fellas. That'll be all. That'll be all. That was fast. That was blazing fast, fellas. Oh my God. You don't have idea, man. You don't have idea. Jesus. This becomes addictive. This is highly addictive, bro. So, yes. So now that we have these changes and we want to now step over those, what I want to do is to say git add everything here. Remove, of course, is this secure HTML rendering. We don't need that. We know what will be the more what will be the alternative to render those, and I find the one that you can add including into the text, which is Fantastic. Okay. Completely. Component interpolation, which is this. Fantastic. Yeah, get rid of this. Okay. And now we say something like this. So get status. Yes. So we already have this on track. Now I want to add to the stages. Okay. So now this is added to the index. Okay. All of this now are added to the index. Git status. I want to add this to say git commit, which is I want to create a snapshot of this stuff at the state of the project, and I'm gonna call it here is how do this is interesting. This is very interesting because I want to is in fact say and create now a branch called introduction, bro. And call introduction part 2. Okay. Introduction content. Introduction version 2. Exactly. So here, now that those chains are there, git commit, which say, hey, this is add introduction content. Okay. English and Spanish, which is great. All right. Now that I did this, then I want to switch back to the intro to main. And here now I'm going to tell that when I try to pull this pull origin main, all right, it's gonna tell me, hey, Git is say, hey, what the French toad are you trying to do? I have 2 branch with 2 diverge. Okay, so you can say git log, clone the throne like that. So I have now I have now 2 timelines that are different, and at some point they diverge and they don't match. So what do you want me to do? There are several strategy to do this, right? Whether it's to merge all of that and say is that, hey, whether it's the source of the target, okay, I'm going to now get the target, and on top of that I'm gonna play all of this commit, all of this state of the app, and then I'm gonna create a new commit that will contain is the source and the target plus a new commit, which is the commit that I'm creating here. So what it's doing behind the scene is now taking is the hash from the source, taking the hash from the target branch, and now a commit or the hash for the commit. That's why it has now in this 3 points here. I can do that, or I can do a rebase, which I definitely prefers to do a rebase. But I want to ask Claw about this. Say, hey, Claw. All right. Yes, it's this one. So hey, Claw. Can you help me here to determine what strategy should I follow. I know what stride is, but I just want to tell me what is this. What strategy should I follow to when doing a git pull origin main on this repo? And again, this is just to recap how Git actually works behind the scenes. Look at what it's doing. Look at what it's doing. Look, this French toad is like, it's looking at the current state of the app. It's looking at the git log one line to get me is the 5 commit. Is looking now at the remote. All right. What are the remote branch that I have here? And when it tries to run the fetch origin, which is now a command that is executing is to fetch data, and thanks that this actually follow this set of instructions, it says that all right. It's in this. You have one commit, clone the Java, in the remote there are 70 new commit ahead of your local branch. 70 new commits. 70 new commits. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Because I am pointing to a branch that is not, my friend. That's what you have to do. This is step by step. That's a good one. That's a very good one, bro. I want this, my friend. I want this. So, the origin is incorrect. Please fix that with this. There are 70 new commit ahead of your local branch. Why do I have this huge amount of commits? 18 commits. Okay. Wait a single moment. Is this CSS? Let me check in how CSS state are. Okay. Good. It says that this is now 17 commit ahead of your local branch. Okay, recommended strategy, do a rebase. Since your significant local change and remote have substantial update, I recommend git pull rebase origin maze. Why rebase? So, to maintain a clean history, no merge commit, and linear history. Alternative, if rebase fail. If you encounter conflict during rebase, you say rebase abort. What to expect? The remote branch has significant internationalization setup and static site improvement that will likely complement your recent translation work. Your local change should integrate well since there is mostly content addition. So, because we are now in the proper, I was wrong about the origin is incorrect. Yes, we are. The origin is correct. So, what is a rebase? I know what a rebase is. I just want to understand this in a much more precise way to describe it. Okay? So I know what a rebase does. It's gonna take, hey, I'm gonna now take the target and then update the state of that branch and now move on top of that and then replay all of those commits on top of that. You know? Yeah, exactly. So before rebase, exactly. So before rebase and then after rebase, right? It's gonna now at the source is going to look at the top, and then on top of that, if there is no any other, if the exactly, if there is no end, so it's gonna now look at the branch and then move on top of that, all right, and then on top of that source brand or target brand, and the remote and the local, exactly. So merge, create a merge commit on that, and rebase make them clear. Combine two history together, and rebase pretend you're starting work on the latest version. Exactly, clean history. When not to use rebase? If you're applying, if you are already push your commit, and other might be using them. And if you're not comfortable resolving conflicts step by step. In your case, since your commit are local only, rebase is perfect for maintaining a clean project history. So in other words, what rebase does is to take the remote source, okay, take the remote source, update the, exactly, so take the remote source, update the pointer of my local base branch, and put on top of the remote source, all right, and put on top of the remote source, then replace all of local commits in there, right, and then replace all of the local commit on top of that there, right? Exactly, you nailed the concept. Key point, your commit X get a new commit hash, exactly. Key point, your commit X get a new commit hash because it now have a different pattern. Okay, they have a different patterns, but the content change remains intact. This is what it is called rebase. You literally change the base of your commits, or you take the base of your commit, or build on them, replace them on the new foundation. So, but the thing here is that how do I know what in the command, what is the remote or local? I would say from the command. Exactly. Git pull rebase origin and main, and I prefer to use this, bro. And I prefer to use this. I prefer to be descriptive, and once you get familiar, you say, okay, do this. Git rebase origin main, more explicit version, with the same result. Your current branch is always a local target unless you specify otherwise. So your take is that this current target, okay. So what I'm gonna do is to say, okay, okay, since the current target is my local branch, my local changes, okay, in this case, it will say, okay, in this case it will say, in this case of git rebase origin slash main, okay, in this case git rebase origin main, it will, it's like, since the current target is my local change, in this case git rebase origin slash main, okay, it will, it it says I am going to take the current branch, okay, and create a commit, and create a new commit, put that on top of the, okay, put that on top of the target branch, the remote, put on the target branch, and put that on top of the target branch, and from there, replace each commit from the source, okay, local branch, right? It makes this again, but the idea here is to understand what this is doing behind the scenes. You have the right mechanism. You swap source and target. Almost perfect. You got the right idea, but let me clarify one small detail. What actually happened is that Git rebase origin main. Git say, I'm going to take the target branch. I'm gonna take the target branch as my new foundation. Okay, I'm gonna take the target branch as my new foundation, and then replace each commit from the source branch on top of it. So this is my foundation, this is my target, and then the source of that. So in other words, I'm going to take the target branch as my foundation. I love this. As my foundation, I'm going to take the target branch as my foundation. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take the target branch as my foundation. Okay. And I'm going to take the target branch as my foundation. Okay. And how do you put it? How do you play it? Exactly, as my foundation. I'm going to take the target branch as my foundation. Okay. And create a new commit on top of that, and then replace every commit from the source branch, which is the local. So the target and the local is important to know. To say what is the story that is happening behind the scenes, you know. So with that, we can know and we clearly understand what this is going to be. Yes, exactly. Git rebase takes the target branch origin as my foundation. Move my branch pointer to the top of that foundations. Mhm. Move my top exactly. Move my move the base. So move my base, move my branch pointer to point to that foundation. Replace every commit from that source branch on top of the foundation. So take the target branch as my foundation. Move my branch pointer. Exactly. Move my base branch pointer to point to that foundation, to point to the top of that foundation, and then now replace all of that commits on top of that. Take the target branch as my foundation, and then exactly, but it doesn't create a new commit. It doesn't create a new commit. No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not creating a new commit. It's just replaying those commits. It's just replaying those commits. So let's go with and what about and what about what about what about the fast forward? Mm-hmm. Fast forward versus rebase. Behind a new commit, just move pointer forward. What happened? It simply move your local pointer forward. No replay need because you have no new local commit. Rebase complex. Complex case. Then you have this. You may commit to, right? So git pull rebase, it says results in A, B, and C, C, D, X, and G. Replay needed. Oh, okay. When does each happen? Fast forward occur when you have no new local commit. Remote is simply ahead of you. Linear history possible. In rebase occur, you have local commits. Remote also have new commits. History have diverged. Exactly. And in your case, you will get a rebase non fast forward because remote has 17 new commits and you have one local commit. Both branches diverge from the same starting point. All right. In the case of the remote, actually diverge from a lot of snapshot. Okay. So what I want to do is to say, hey, take the remote as the foundation, and then update the base branch, updates the local base branch pointer to point the tip of the foundation, and then replace on top of it. Okay. When do you want to do this? If you're working in private branches, okay. So if you're working in private branches, good, great, awesome. Go for it. Go for it, my friend. You will get a rebase for that. Remote has 17 new commits. You got make sense? What the fuck's wrong with you? All right. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okay. Perfect. You got a solid understanding of Git rebase now. Ready to run that Git pull rebase origin and main when you want to sync with the remote change from that. Exactly. So yes. So what you're gonna see is the Git pull rebase, all right? The origin main with my main locals change, which is main. which is main. So let's do it. Yes. Of course, it throw the life of error, bro. The life of error, bro. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. As expected, we got merge conflict. This is normal when two branches have made changes to the same file. You have 8 conflict files that need resolution. Abort and use merge instead. No, because I want to actually step over them. I want to actually step over them. 2. Resolve conflicts step by step. Keep your version recommended. Since your local chains represent your current work or CSS, while remote has the joy of React, we should probably keep most of your local change. Okay. So resolving merge editor. So go to the merge editor and say, hey, I said current, I said combination, ignore. Yeah, they have the joy. Because I don't know why do they have this. This is incoming. Okay. This is a problematic thing because for some reason they are the for some reason they have that. For some reason they have that. And I am pointing exactly to what I need to. I just get remote version. I am pointing to that. I'm fetching the change from the CSS for JavaScript, which is what I want. And then, well, all right, resolving merge editors. I want to now I set the current, exactly, I set the current here, accept the current, and I say is exactly, I accept the current, accept the current changes, accept incoming changes, or accept both changes. And I say, no, accept the current changes, which is this one, what I have in the head, not what I have from the remotes. Okay? So I set the current change. That's right. Good one. You have another one. We already solved this. Good. There are some other files. So for example, like this, accept the current change. All right. And accept the current change. Exactly. Accept the current change. Accept the current change. Okay. This is good. Next is this. Accept the current, exactly. accept the current. All right. Accept the current changes, but I think I will have to accept the incoming changes. I will say is this accept the incoming changes. And the other is this one. Exactly, accept incoming changes because we are installing this library. That's right, that's right. And here is to say no, accept this. Accept is this. Accept the current changes. Accept current changes. That's right. So now that we have all of them safe, and here we say no, definitely accept the current changes. Accept the current changes. Exactly. For this. Okay, so if I do now here, and I do is git log, it seems I already have all of this. All right, resolve. Okay, accept current changes and accept. But this is from what I have. Okay. Accept incoming changes and I am accepting is incoming changes. But I think at the end of the day we'll need to change this. Or I prefer to go with this, accept current changes, current changes. I think this is something that's gonna be problematic, bro. As well as the license. So check the stage. Oh, okay. The readme. The next.js config. Why is that? You already solved that. The package JSON is already solved. And this one. So if I say git status, okay, say git add everything. All right. And then I say git status. And before going to that, say git npm run def. This is supposed to work. Of course, it's not gonna render this. It's gonna render this, which is great. Awesome. All right, awesome. And well, git status, you say git all conflict fix, run git rebase, continue. Please enter the commit message you changed for that. Holy fuck, no, I close cursor. I panic. I panic. I panic. Okay. Get Claude, help me here. Okay. Let's run a rebase. Exactly. The rebase has completed successfully. Let me check for the final status. The rebase is complete. Your working tree is now clean and all changes has been successfully rebased onto that commit, which is git status, git log. Now we're putting all of that on top of this. You know, clone the joy of React for baseline. Exactly. So to act this as a baseline, and then we say git push origin main, because that's what we want. After all, we successfully push those changes. All right, it is there, and now I want to now pull the changes that I have from this branch called this introduction. All right, and then I want to actually run a merge here, because now this particular branch is way lower. Exactly. No, this branch is actually perfect because it will gonna sit on top of that. So when you run this npm run def, right, and we want to see the changes here, we're able to see them as expected. Exactly. Again, all of these are a snapshot of our application. So there you got it. So if we say git push origin of this branch, right, we can now make a put up here. No, but it won't be here. It will be, in fact, I need to make Brave the default browser. Okay. Exactly. Which is what we add here. That's right. That's right. And then I want to actually create that. I want to create a pull request from that. So what I will see is that I can say git pull origin to main into this branch. I want to merge the current changes, the current changes from this current branch to main. How to do it? And do a fast forward. Or if you want to squash commit, git checkout main, git merge introduction v2 and squash, and then you're gonna create that from there. So if you switch to main, then you say merge this, which rebase onto main. All right, fast forward only. So I can say is git switch to main, and then run this. I want to merge this to here. Oh, because I'm gonna try to, what if I want to create now a peer? What if I want to create a peer from this, from the current branch? You see? What if I want to create a peer from this, from the current branch? Git push origin upstream that. What this command will do? Exactly, you update that, you push those change. GitHub peer create title, add introduction content with internationalization support body. Oh, because he's trying to use that. Git CLI is not installed. You can create a peer manually. Or install Git CLI here. Okay, but what if I... So you create now a new PR from that. Okay. Compare and pull requests. And then I say, it's like, well, that's it. Why you don't create that? So I get this. There isn't anything to compare main and introduction or git merge base main into that. Find common ancestor between branches. Exactly. Find common ancestor between branches and then create now this merge. Option 1, rebase introduction onto main recommended, which is git rebase main. There are merge conflicts during the rebase. Since the branch has entirely different history, let me abort this and suggest a cleaner approach. Since the branch has different history, the cleanest approach is to cherry pick your introduction content commit onto main. This avoids a complex merge conflict, which is cherry that commit, my base commit. Alright, git cherry pick. What describe what are you going to do, bro? What would I do? I was about to use git cherry pick to take the add introduction content sn commit from your introduction branch. So say git pick, cherry pick that, git switch. We say in this case is git log. What? It would change it. Git switch introduction. Git log. Then take that commit. Oh, okay. So take that snapshot of the application and then okay. So take this commit exactly, which contains your introduction to page content, closing component, and translation, applied as a new commit on top of the main branch, and this avoids the complex merge conflict we saw during the rebase attempt. After cherry picking, you will be able to push the update main branch, create a PR from introductory to main since they now share the common history, or simply just the update main branch directly. But what you're doing is to say, take the commit this, apply it as a new commit on top of the current main branch. Alternative approach: manual merge. Copy the files you want from introduction v2 to main manually. Fresh branch. Create a new feature branch from main and manually add your changes. Direct push. Just push your current introduction v2 branch and work from there. Let's create a new fresh branch called introduction v2, okay, with the commit from this, because I already have the snapshot of that. All right, let's get into this. So you create that branch, and then what you do at that particular branch, you say, hey, git cherry pick this and apply this. Exactly. Git checkout to create a branch, and they say a branch name already exists. Okay, so let's create a new branch called intro version 2 with the commit from this. All right, exactly. So create that is using the old checkout, and then exactly from main, but from main I want you to now cherry pick that content from that and apply on top of that. The previous cherry pick is now empty, possible due to conflict resolution. Git commit allow empty, otherwise please git cherry commit and skip. You are currently cherry picking commit. Are already in main. Let me check what's different and skip the cherry picking. It's because of this, by the way. It's because of this. And I think that they are not the same. Git cherry pick it, skip. So it means that here git log and add introduction content to this. Oh, okay. It's because, oh shit. But the history now is different, bro. So if you say git push origin this branch, and then you now take this, but I don't think this will work. I don't think this will work exactly, because you have now the same issue, bro. In the same issues that git switch main, okay, and I want to apply now git log. All right, and what happened is that I need to create is a new branch here, okay. I want to create a new branch here. Let's say here now. Let me is remove the old one. Git checkout minus d. Call intro v2 It's a no, I don't recognize that. Or git branch delete, my bad. Git branch delete that. So from here I want to create now git switch and tell me and bring me the entire history. Git switch minus c of the intro v2. So now I have the entire history, and what I want to do here is to say, hey, git cherry pick this. No, git cherry pick this this here. So I want to take the snapshot at that moment. All right, I want to take this snapshot at the moment that contains my changes. All right, and apply this here. Okay, and then we have now some merges. We have now some issues as well, especially with the claw, MD, with the page, and all of this. So let me is say git cherry pick abort. All right, and then now my history, it remains clean. But now we can do this, bro. Okay, let's cherry pick this commit. Let's cherry pick this commit. So I want to take now this snapshot of the applications and apply this. All right. Of course, it showed that this is a couple error. So this particular errors that are here is saying, okay, it's this one. That's interesting. I'm taking a snapshot of the application and then apply it here. Okay, which is the changes that was applied at that moment, or in other words, the commit represent is the entire application of the app. All right, not only the diff, is the entire application and the diff. Okay, they are merge conflict. I need you to resolve them by choosing the version from commit 0 and let me resolve this. Update this. Update this. Do you want to make this edit? Wait, what? Accept only current changes. Accept only current changes. No way. Accept incoming changes, bro. Incoming changes. My bad. Because there, hours there. Sí, porque me falta un par de cosas. Alright. Let's keep this. Let's ship this. Alright. Exactly. I said incoming changes. What do you think you are doing? Okay. So the cherry pick continue. Alright. The cherry pick is complete. Now we can create a PR from this branch, and it should work with an entirely different commit history issue. Exactly. So npm pmp, by the way, pmp run def, and when I check if this actually works, it will work, because now I am confident on what I'm doing. That's the difference of knowing versus guessing. Okay, it will load that content as expected, and then you got is this introduction, and there you get it, right? So far so good, and this is great. Awesome motherfucking my god. All right. Okay, now we're talking. Now we are talking here. Now we are definitely talking. Okay, good. Now if we submit those, all right, you say get push origin of intro to version 2. Okay, it say, hey, this has been rejected. That's interesting. So I can is remove the remote for some reason. Fail to push ref. Update was rejected because the tip of the current branch is behind it is remote counterpart. If you want to integrate the remote change, use git pull, git log. That's right. That's exactly. Okay. Use a git pull before pushing again. Exactly. Fail to push some of these ref. Hints, update were rejected because the tip of your current branch, okay, is behind it is remote counterpart. If you want to integrate the remote change, use git pull or before. Okay, help me here. I know what I have, quite, not that much. Okay, after I do after create a PR, with this command, I receive a warning. is this one. It was rejected because it's for some reasons is there. So it's the chains that are in the other branch. What this command will do. I know you're trying to do is tries to step over, you know. Mm-hmm. Override the git push origin v2 force will what it does. Override the existing intro v2 branch on the remote branch with your local version. Okay, replace all commit on the remote branch with your local commits. Exactly. So I want to replace all the commit in the remote branch with my reality, the reality of the web, the reality here. Forced to push even though the history don't match. Okay, okay, okay. So I want to now push origin the intro version 2 because force I know this is my story, bro. Deal with it. The story in the remote that doesn't exist. The story on the remote doesn't exist. It's garbage collection, you know. It's garbage collection. This one. Exactly. There you go. Introduction model. Adding 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 um, adding several learning strategies, evidence based,
And I
adding several learning strategies, and that is this. There's no evidence this, and this. Error correction, growth mindset, and blocking versus interleaving, bro. Technical. You can embed it. Exactly. You can embed it. That's in translation for for preventing excess. Exactly. Again, it fails because we need to actually add um, something. But before this, let me actually go to the versal because it fails since it cannot Mhm. This is usually due to some. Come on, bitch. So if I say I set incoming changes, mm. Oh my god, no, 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 no. This, Mm. This is do different. Okay, this is do different versions. Okay, okay. This is do different versions. I said incoming change. I said both changes, compare changes. Mm. I need to set all incoming changes in the PMP log file. No. In so I need to accept all current incoming changes in the content of PMP log file. There's from the git checkout there's. Okay, there changes. Mm-hmm. Jesus. Okay. The main issue here comes from this. When I try to compare this, because it say, hey, I don't recognize this set. But you, my friend, are adding is and I think I need to add is that. CLS. This is adding unnecessary complexity to all of this. Adding unnecessary complexity to all of this. And the problem is this. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I got this error from Vercel. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. So Git push those changes, it automate that process. Exactly. So we're telling us which package manager it needs to use. So once we submit those changes to there, all right. Mm-hmm. No, 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 no. But adding this is unnecessary. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let's get 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 rid get rid of the PMPM. Okay, get rid of the PMPM log. Regenerate it and push them. But it seems that okay. And I don't have SD here, and I haven't generated is those right in the code. I haven't generated is the package lock. That's what happened. That's what happened. Generate the package. Run using run build using npm run to check for any issues. Hmm. Marico, en teoría tengo una cita mañana. Si se cancela, me voy para allá contigo. Si nos tomamos un café, algo, y vemos cómo estás. Digo. O la otra, marico, la llevas para allá, ¿no? Claro. O la otra, marico, es que la lleves para allá. Pero eso sí, si la llevas es porque la vas a tener que comprar, aunque sea chiquito. Por eso. Mierda, no tenía. No estaba claro. Tenés que regalar algo chiquito. Pero va a ser una madre gallo. That's interesting. It's like, so at Vercel is crashing. Okay? Vercel is saying, hey, I'm crashing. Vercel say, hey, I'm crashing existing build container. Because I cannot recognize those. Skipping building catch since package manager changed from PNP to NPN. Oh, who told you that? That's quite interesting. Who French toast told you that? Man, you're gangster, bro. A lo malandro, así. A lo malandro, a lo gangster. ¿Qué verga es esto? Why? You don't grade that. Good. You don't grade that. However, you might have done grade that. But still the error pass is being there, bro. Skipping build catch since package manager changed from PNP to MPN. And who told you that? I don't get it. I don't. So internally, it's like you change that, but no. Hmm. Internally, you change that. I don't know what you did, but you somehow you are telling, hey, ignore the package. That's to me is mind blowing stuff because you're trying to force your way in, and this is, I mean, the problem is that Versal, when it tries to deploy this, it say, hey, I'm going to change the package manager, and I don't know who in the F told him to do that. I don't know who told you that. You know, it's like, and again, I'm still getting is that error. Update React API to support React 19. And what you're doing is try to fix this. Try to fix this. That no you so git log. I don't know what the French toast happened here, but it's this one. This is it. This is it. Let's go to this, bro. I don't know what is doing that, but somehow you are behind the scenes is using that. And to me it's like no that's something that I don't want to. I don't know who told you that. Skipping build catch since package manager changed from PNP to T. Who told you that? I want to force Versal to run PNP, bro. Bro. That's all here. That's all. But I don't know. Now, if we go back to the code, this branch has an error been deployed. Had an error been deployed. One. Okay. Let me do something here again, because this is issues from Versal, and that's fine, and that's fine, and that's fine, and that's completely fine, and that's completely fine, you know. And hey, please. All right, and that's completely fine. All right, and that's completely fine. Oh, it's because we changed the package JSON for that. That's what happened. It's because here we changed the package JSON for that. And that might be some sort of conflict that they have. That's what is stripping here. Okay. So what we can do here? Glad you asked. We can is ditch that version again. We can is ditch that version. Okay. Keep that hash here, where we already have all of these latest changes. So keep this hash, okay, and say something like this: say get switch C, and say no. Let me switch to main, and then from main say, hey, I want to create now a branch called intro version 1, okay, version 2.0, that I want to get now this commit here, which is get cherry pick this commit here. All right. So I want to see what I have here. All right, which is that add introduction content in ES, which is great. Okay, I want to preserve this as it is, so therefore I don't want to change that. I don't want to change that. You say get status, get add package JSON, okay, and then create now a commit with this to say leave left the name, left previous name, left previous name to avoid versal errors. Okay, and here I want to say is please claw push the push changes from the current branch to create a peer. I think I have two verbose. Exactly. There you got it. Please. You are using it. No, you. Use git pull commands or use git commands. Git, exactly. Use git commands to make a peer from the intro version 2.0. All right, I want to make those changes here. Git request pull main. Why you are so French, those annoying? Okay, you know what? Jesus, you are. Good luck. Okay, that's right. Now I want to create. Jesus, git push origin. This branch, bro. This branch, bro. Where you are? So you did. So you did. So you did. Exactly. So you did. Okay. So here we're gonna say is now adding this and the technical observations for this. Please format. Oh my god. Please copy it. Right. There you got it. Cool. Adding introduction. Version 2.0. Okay. There you got it. And not only that, is that the it already failed, bro. It already failed, bro. What the French toast? What the Why? Okay. It's because I don't get it. It's because I don't get it, and he's using and he's forcefully using that. Oh my god, but who told you to go with that, bro? Since I already installed npm, then you should go with. Okay, no open graph. Intro v2 is not creating that for some reason. July. Okay, 1 hour ago exactly. So it already created that, which is from the main app, which to me is quite mind blowing. What is this? How is that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't tell me that the main... Okay, introduction version 2 actually have... But this commit is quite interesting. If I look at the logs, it actually works as expected. It actually have everything there. Mm-hmm. 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 I, um, and the thing here is that that particular branch that I made those changes here, add content es. Jesus, but what the fuck? And I changed the CSS. Okay. But this doesn't work. And not to mention this. So, okay, I think that I've dedicated too much time to this. Git branch delete the the intro version 2 and the intro version 2.0. Delete them. Git switch to main, delete the other ones. Delete the other one. Good. So git remote and git branch. Show me all of this. Please be my guest. Okay. Also remove those that are there. But what the fuck? Remote. I want to delete this, bro. Okay. Because what I want to do, Jesus, this has been, Jesus. and then I want to merge those changes with that. I don't care how, but let's gonna do this. Let's gonna merge those. Git push origin delete those. So far so good. So they are not there. Okay. But I want is to merge is this changes here. I want to merge the introduction to branch, introduction version 2 branch, Jesus, with I want to merge is I want to create a introduction I want to create a pair from introduction v2, all right, to merge that on main. What is the, or describe what is the alternative, to describe what is the roadmap before implementing. Bueno, llévalo. ¿Me entiendes? Está jugando. Bueno, si se aguantan y mañana pueden, vamos a estar entonces. Bueno, si se aguantan y pueden, nos vemos allá. Bueno, si se aguantan y pueden, nos vemos allá entonces en el outlet. Como tal. Dale, Rey. Un abrazo. Espero que nos veamos mañana. Y saludos a la familia también. Does introduction v2 has introduction content should be abandoned. Okay. Branch investigation. Check out what commit exists in v2. Compare between v2 and current branch. Branch preparation. Switch to version 2. Ensure it is up to date with the correct. Push the introduction v2 remote if not already there. Push the introduction v2 branch to remote origin. Create a use GitHub web interface. Please install. Jesus, you okay? I'm not gonna fight. Install the GitHub web interface. GitHub web interface. My God. Install the GitHub CLI. Jesus. GitHub GitHub CLI. Brew install GitHub. Okay. Motherfucker. $603. Verify. Alright, all set. So now it's because it create an open socket, and then once that is done, alright. Holy fuck. Add also this content. Add your content. Add your content plus this plus this. Pero come on. Pull request create failed. GraphQL, the introduction, it has no history in the common with main. Git merge base main to introduction. Zero indicate the introduction v2 and main has no common history. This is the same issue we encountered before. Let me check the common history to understand the relationship. Git merge main to history. The branch has no common base. That's fixed by rebasing introduction onto main. That's right. That's right. and then rebase by saying exactly you are now currently in this introduction. Exactly. So now you're saying is that I want to rebase that remote branch or that target branch that will be my foundation, and then because they don't have common history, what I want to do is to say move the pointer of the base of the current branch, all right, and then now put a top, move to the top, and in there replay each one of those commits, right? So yes, but it will do this on top of this. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. So you're creating is a new branch for that, which that will have the cherry pick, which is exactly what we had done. So cherry pick those changes to this git log. So we are now here in the introduction content and the main, all right? So all of these are actually pointing to the same place, okay? So yeah, I want to do that. This is the introduction content here. Say yes, please. If I cannot apply here an introduction content is after resolving the conflict. So I want to set all incoming changes from the cherry picking. There you got it, which is their changes. All right, and then add now this. Exactly. Git check out their changes to mine. Okay. Git push minus u origin. Exactly. Now push this content into that. Verify that this is it. Git pr create base main. The header will hit. Okay, the head will be as the introduction. Title at introduction page. Okay, the base and the head at introduction page with enhanced content with all of it, yada yada yada. And now PR include is this summary of what have been accomplished. So now that we create this PR, okay, now that we create this PR here with all of this, it actually fails. As you can see, this actually failed. And we haven't changed anything, bro. It's just you for some reason now okay. You know, you for some reason now are against this. And that to me is the most mind-blowing stuff of all of this. You are against this. You are against this changes. That's the most mind-blowing thing of all of it, bro. That's the most mind-blowing thing of all of this. And nothing has, and the only thing that changed is this. Okay, fella. Okay, pal. Okay. I don't, man. Let us update on your project and Versal forget. Man, I don't know what's going on for you, but for some reason you are failing the bill. For some reason you are failing the bill. For some reason you are failing the bill, and you don't let me. You are not taking as a PMPM, bro. I don't know who told you to do this, but behind the scenes, somehow, somebody's telling you to change this, and you break the entire. No, no, no. Okay, man. Jesus, but. No unresolved feedback, bro. Version preview comments. But oh my fucking. It say no conflict with base branch. But if I try to merge those changes, alright? If I try to merge those changes, you should, my friend, actually is update that without any problem. You know what I mean? You should update that without any problem, bro. Marriage pull request, and then you have now this particular problem here with npm install, bro. You know what? Okay. My god. My god. You somehow, somebody is telling you to not do this. Oh, for fuck's sake, nigga, why you so quite annoying? Okay, you know what? Oh, Jesus, my God. Oh, let me see, how can we see from this different angle here? Because this is quite annoying from you, Vercel. Crap, nigga, what the French toast you were thinking you were doing? Okay. Okay. You also wants to on this. This is more about the DevOps problem. Anyway, Anyway. Git switch to main, git pull, git pull origin main. Okay, fetch me the latest change, and then I want to do npm run def, and for some reason you say local package JSON exists, but no model missing. Did you mean install? PMP install. Okay. And what I want to do is this run def. You already work as expected. Okay, no problemo, amigo. No problemo. Local. I want to check this local. So you will work as expected, intended, alright? But when it comes to this npm run build, and I don't know why you shift that from one environment to another, behind the scenes, your dev server is saying, hey, let me do this for you, right? And I say, no. Okay, motherfucker. Jesus. Install dependency, man. And he's... Let me do something. Let me get rid of... Because I'm just doing this monorepo, okay? I actually can and will delete this. But that's you son of a... Anyway, man. But this is not how things supposed to work, man. Again, I am on this. I can create this new one. Okay? Say create a new repo. Empty repo. Okay? Alright? And what I want to do here is to say, let me now add this repo to this. Okay? Remove. Let me get in it. Here, this one. Alright? Git branch. No, I want to do this with this. Okay? And say, hey, let me remove in a recursive force way, because I'm working is locally, because otherwise I wouldn't do this. Not like this. Oh, trust me. Okay? And then, did you remove all of that? Then I can say git init, recreate that from the scratch. Okay? You say git switch, git log, don't have anything. Git status, which is all of this. Alright? And then I can say git add everything here, git status, that's right. and then you say git commit with an empty, say first commit. Okay. You say model 1 introduction. All right, and then I want to push all of my change to that. Once I reload this, all right, so I now have all of this, and now I can say from Vercel to say, hey, you know what, let's actually go to do this again, my friend Vercel. Okay, let me is get rid of that. Because I know that this was the layout that we use. I know that this was the layout that we use. Okay. And this layer was, oh, delete my project. Okay. Now I want to add a new project to this. Find for that, add that, and then find that project here. Use this to find that, and then let's go to automate this particular process as it is. Okay, so far so good. Now let me actually add some environment variables here, which is this. All right, in development I want to add this. Development specific settings, but this is all of in development, but I want to put that in production, my bad. So for example here, remove and remove this one, and the other now are in the production. Okay, so once I deploy this, which we'll use is the pnc install. All right, build logs, exactly, it's cloning that, is using now the PNP because it detect that, and I don't know why in the French toast is conflicting with that. All right, and once that is done, I want you to now build this statically, creating an optimized production build. Okay. And there you got it, right? So here we are. That's all, man. It was not that hard. Jesus, French toast, guy. There you go. And that'll be all for this video. Take care. Bye bye. Oh, what? What? Okay, please show this. Okay, so now we have this. That'll be all for this video. Take care.